Live startup draft. We're doing the Birdhouse number 3 Best Ball Dynasty Start 12 Superflex tight end premium 0.75 tight end premium for this one. Start 12 in a best ball format, 30 rounds. We are going to be kicking it off at 6 p.m. So shortly here, we have another draft going on that I'm going to bring you into live while it's going on. It's in the slow draft portion of this league's draft. But for the Birdhouse number 3 draft that we're doing live tonight in just 10 minutes at 6 p.m., it will be 5 minutes a pick for the first 10 rounds. And so we are going to churn through these picks rather quickly. There's already been some trades made, so I'm going to kick over to that in about 5 minutes. We'll take a look at the trades that have been made so far and analyze how they are affecting each team's strategy going into this draft. Now, we looked at the WAR graphs for this league, and the players are pretty well evenly dispersed with the start 12 and 0.75 tight end premium. There's also a half point for rushing and receiving first downs in this league, so that gives a little added bonus to the running backs. But then you got the 0.75 for the tight ends. And so then it being best ball, of course, wide receivers get a little bump. It's also a 6-point per touchdown pass league. So you get the little bonus there for the passing quarterbacks. But then, of course, because of the 0.5 for rushing first downs, that helps out the rushing quarterback. So ultimately what it comes down to is the top end players really get a bonus there at the quarterback position. So now we're in the latter portions of the Skid Marks League draft. So we're going to bring you over to that just to show you a little bit how the board looks in that league right now. And so I'll get to that one in a second here. Let's share this screen for you. We're in round 19, I believe it is. Let's see here. There we go. Let's slide it down here. Yes, round 19 as a Rondé Gadsden and Troy Franklin just went off the board now. We've got Audric Estime, Russell Wilson. No, Roman Wilson, that is. Russ went much earlier than that. I think he's up. Yeah, Russ went round 15 there, right before Stephon Diggs and Najee Harris. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, we're in round 19. I can show you my squad here. Now this is a 12-team start 10 league, so it's not best ball. Start 10. We did do a 0.75 for the tight end premium for this one. Got Lamar and Henry. We only need to start one running back, but we've got 2 wide receivers and then 4 flex spots plus the super flex. So Drake London, JSN, Garrett Wilson, Josh Downs, and then I've got Calvin Ridley and Darnell Mooney down on the bench at wide receiver. Running backs are Derrick Henry, Joe Mixon, DeAndre Swift, Aaron Jones. Then we go down to Dylan Sampson and Rashad White. You can see I scooped up Daniel Jones and Aaron Rodgers the last turn that I had. I was picking out of the 3-hole, and I went Lamar Jackson off the bat. Got Drake London on the way back there at the 210, and then JSN at the 310. Did not make any trades until the 5th round. I moved up. This also is a 0.2 per carry league, so that definitely bumps up the running backs. And so I moved up in the 5th round to grab Derrick Henry. I feel that as though if you're drafting Lamar Jackson in a startup, like, there's no reason to not be going after it right away. I know that he's a little younger. He's not like in the middle of his 30s or anything like that, but Lamar Jackson is right in his prime. I feel the same way with Josh Allen. If you've got either of those two guys, you're just an idiot if you're not going after it right away. I mean, Josh Allen's been the top, either a first or second in points for the last 5-6 years. Like, you're guaranteed like a top 3 finish at quarterback. Why aren't you building a roster to go after and win this thing? I'm not saying you've got to draft all the old dudes. I'm just saying draft guys that are scoring points right now. So yeah, that's where my squad is at. So like I said, I moved up, grabbed Derrick Henry, drafted Joe Mixon, Aaron Jones, point producers. All right, not necessarily. I didn't go like completely old school. I did hold out until round 16 to grab my first tight end. Scooped up Hunter Henry in the 16th round. Yep, not quite my time yet. No. Yes, still Stefan is on the clock here. Stefan RBD 2. Yeah. This guy's loaded up at tight end. Took Cole Kmet and Gesicki last round. He's got Freiermuth, Isaiah Likely, Tucker Kraft, Dalton Kincaid, and yeah, that's it. But still, 3, 4, 5, 6 tight ends playing into that premium. Yeah. All right. So while we wait for Stefan to make his selection, we're going to slide over to the draft room of the Birdhouse number 3 league. Now, I do not have a squad in this league, so I am simply going to, I'm technically listed as a co-owner with Mojo there, who's picking out of the 104 spot. Now, Mojo is running the team. I am just co-owner, so I have access to the draft room. But yeah, Mojo's running the squad. As you can see now, he's already traded out of the 104 hole. He traded the 104 for the brand. And now for the brand gave Mojo his 2nd rounder as well as his 7th rounder. Mojo gave up his 1st and 5th, and then for the brand kicked Mojo both of his future 26 and 27 first rounders. So basically Mojo got a 1st for moving back from 104 to 205, and then another 1st for moving back from the 5th to the 7th, if you want to look at it that way. However you want to figure it out. Basically, you got 2 firsts for going down to a 2nd and 7th from a 1st and 5th. So we'll see what Mojo has up his sleeve with those picks. All right. Let's see what we got going on in the chat room. What's up? There we are. Okay, we've got the draft room ready here. We are about 2 minutes away from kicking off this draft. Steve S., a regular in the Birdhouse, sitting there right up top with the 101 pick. Is he going to go Josh Allen? Maybe Jaden Daniels or Lamar Jackson. We will see. Second up is Mike Woe And we'll see what he gets left after the 101. After that is Tyler Schleggs. He is ready to roll as well. And then it is Mojo's pick. After that, at the 105 is Slapadapoulos. Then Havdi, Ryan in this draft as well, sitting at the 106. He has traded back, and he got, trying to remember what he got for that. Let me see if I can go back there quick and see what that trade was. Nope, that's the scoring. Here's the league. There we go. Now, Lemke, which is Matt English, and Tyler T. Schleggs, they made a trade earlier. They swapped a first and second rounder. So Matt English dropped from the 111 down to the 210, picking up a future first for that. Then here's the Havdi. Havdi for the brand. No, Havdi Hergot deal. Havdi dropped back to getting an extra second and third, giving up his first and sixth, and then some later round pick action, just swapped 9th and 13th. Basically a first and sixth for a second and third here. Now, mind you, this is best ball, so the idea, kinda, you want to at least get back as many draft picks as you're giving away. All right, Steve is on the clock here. Steve S. He's ready to go here. There we go. Hergot in here. Michael is in. We got two Mikes here. Okay, Josh Allen went 101. Mike, here goes JD at number 2. Now it is on Tyler at the 103. Nothing surprising so far. There's Hergot. Yeah, you're second and third for first and sixth. Yes. So it is on Tyler now. Then it gets interesting after the top 3. I mean, there's pretty much a consensus with Josh Allen, Jaden Daniels, and the next guy. But we'll see. Tyler hasn't picked yet, so I'm not going to say anything. I don't want to give away picks. I will look at the board and see who's next up because, well, basically everybody can see who's tops on the board. I mean, Lamar is on top of the board. If you go to other rankings, there might be somebody different. Now he goes Saquon Barkley at the 103. All right, Tyler going hard and heavy early here. Saquon Barkley. Okay, it is on for the brand now, who again made that trade with Mojo. Saquon Barkley at 103. Interesting pick. I have not seen Saquon go that high in a while, since probably following his rookie season. In a Superflex league, at least. So, that's very interesting. Okay. Now we are on Brandon here. Brandon traded up, gave up 2 future firsts to get up to this first round. Yes, Michael, I agree with you. That's a shocker, especially when he could have gotten. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if he was looking to get Saquon, Saquon generally goes in early to mid, even late second round of most dynasty startups right now. So that would be the range typically where Saquon would go. But Tyler's got a game plan. He's picking again at the 111, so we'll see what he decides there. But we've got right now Brandon on the clock. See if Brandon better be ready. There it is. Okay. And he takes Jamar Chase there. So Chase going at the 104. Lamar Jackson's still there, falling now. And so we've got the first running back and first wide receivers off the board. Could have gotten Barkley at the 111. Yeah, I agree. He could have probably gotten Saquon at the 111. All right, now it's slap a dap of that ass. All right, who is he going to roll with here at the 105? Next up is Havdi. Ryan, a veteran to these startups. He's banged out a few startup drafts recently, so he's pretty well seasoned in what to expect. Slap a dap of that ass. I'm not sure. This may be his first dynasty startup. And so we'll see what he decides to go here at the 105. Again, just 5 minutes on these picks. We wanted to be able to get in hopefully 10 rounds tonight. We'll move to a slow draft after tonight for these guys. But the main thing is we wanted to give you all out there, our viewers, a good idea of what's going on in startup drafts right now following rookie season. All right. Steve S. could have gotten Barkley. Yeah, he could have just grabbed Barkley with his. Well, he didn't have the 111, but he did trade for it. So, yes, the 111 that he traded for, absolutely, probably could have gotten him. Agreed. Letting Chase walk when they have such a horrid defense makes no sense. Yeah, well, the Bengals, yeah, with their signing Chase and Higgins to the extension this year to make Burrow happy, that leaves not a whole lot left on the defensive side of the ball for the salary cap there. I'm not sure what they're going to do with Trey Hendrickson. As of now, it looks like he's still a Bengal. I don't know if there's anybody that's going to pay up for Hendrickson. We'll see. I'm following that for a couple of my IDP leagues, but not really that it matters much. It matters more for my Burrow and Chase shares that I have. I'm loving it because I think the Bengals, while Burrow, Chase, and Higgins form quite the trio, it's going to be very tough to come up with a defense. Now, the Indianapolis Colts figured it out about 20 years ago when they had Manning, Harrison, and Wayne. They were able to piece together a defense here and there. They did get to a couple Super Bowls. They won one against the Bears. They had a ragtag tandem in the backfield always, and they kind of just figured out their offensive line. I mean, Jeff Saturday was there he was all right. I don't think he was a high draft pick. He just became a good lineman. It said he won't play without a new deal, allegedly. Yeah, Hendrickson. Yeah. So I don't know what's going to end up happening there. But how much time we got left here for Slap a Dad Ass? He is down under a minute. He is in the room, so not sure what he's trying to accomplish. But hopefully he actually makes a pick. We definitely don't want to see any auto picks here. That would be pretty wild first round. All right, Jimbo, what's the pick here? You're down to 10 seconds. What's going on here? You're really gonna auto pick?
Oh, come on, dude!
Okay. So it went Justin Jefferson. So that means that he must have queued up some players because Jefferson was not the next guy on the board. So we've got Josh Allen, Jaden Daniels, Saquon, now Chase and Jefferson. And we're on Havdi here at the 106. All right. Havdi, what are you up to? You're not in the room here. There it is. He took Lamar. What a gift, Lamar. Oh no, I forgot. That's not Havdi. It's Hergot. Jeez. So Hergot moves up to the 106 and lands Lamar Jackson. Wild stuff. All right. So Nike for Sir is up. I'm not sure his first name, honestly. But he is up now here at the 107. Interesting play here now. We've got Jefferson, Chase gone, and Saquon. I'd be leaning... Yeah, let's go. All right. Personally, my personal opinion, I lean Jalen Hurts in this situation. Hurts is one of my top 4 quarterbacks. Burrow would be number 5 pretty much all by himself. But it all depends on your build. If you want to go running back, then the top running back to me is Bijan. Then you have Gibbs and Genty kind of battling it out. Great value at 6. Yeah, absolutely. I've not seen Lamar Jackson fall that far in a startup yet this offseason. So Hergot, the trade looks like it's paying off to start with so far. Now we'll see what ends up falling to Havdi in the second and third rounds, because there might be some good value that falls to him as well. And then both guys win, right? So we'll see how it goes. Hergot now is sitting and waiting at the 110 as well. So he had the 106 and 110. We'll see what he is able to land at the 110. Nike for Sir right now goes ahead and jumps on Brock Bowers in that 0.75 tight end premium. All right, then for the brand, jumps on Burrow. Wow, and he's able to land that gorgeous Chase and Burrow stack. Wow. It is tough to pull off, let me tell you. And he got it. He had to give up 2 firsts, basically, to make it happen. But he did. And so, Brandon, good Good job landing the Chase and Burrow stack here. Fantasy Godzilla lands Jalen Hurts at the 109. Bijan going to Hergot at the 110. So Hergot gets to start off with Lamar and Bijan in the first round. Next up, we've got Tyler. Tyler here, who grabbed Saquon at the 103, is now up here at the 111. Yes, it paid off, Brandon. Absolutely. Definitely paid off. To land Chase and Burrow. Can't disagree with you. Now, you did have to pay a pretty price for it. But, all right. Let's see. It's my turn to pick here in this other league. Let's get this out of the way here. Round 19. Okie doke. What are we looking at here? We are gonna go, yeah. All right. Okay, waiting on Tyler here. Now, Tyler, I believe this is his actual first dynasty. He's played in tons of keeper leagues, but see here, see what he decides to do at the 111. We've got Jahmyr Gibbs, Ashton Genty at running back, Malik Neighbors, CeeDee Lamb at receiver, Mahomes sitting there at quarterback, plenty of options. Bauer's gone off the board, so McBride would be the next tight end to go, likely. So we'll see what he decides to roll out here. Nike Forcer says this is my second dynasty draft. Okay, so, well, if it's your second, you've at least done one. Tell you what, I was a lot better in my second dynasty draft than I was in my first. That's for sure. All right. Now, what it comes down to, what makes it interesting in these first couple of rounds is what kind of build these teams decide to start with. Okay, Fossboss here picking at the turn lands Malik Neighbors after Jahmyr Gibbs goes to Tyler. So Tyler leaning into the running backs, he goes Saquon and then Gibbs to start things off. Oh, Nike for sure. Not your second draft ever. Okay, first dynasty. Gotcha. Okay, so we are now, Genty goes to Matt English after Fossboss lands Neighbors and CeeDee Lamb on the turn. Hell of a start there in the wide receiver department. Matt English gets the top pick in most rookie drafts this year in Ashton Genty. All right. After that, we've got Puka Nakua going to, who is that? That was a traded pick. That is going to Havdi with his first pick. He lands Puka. And then we've got Patrick Mahomes going to Fantasy Godzilla. So Adam getting busy at the quarterback position, starting it off strong with Jalen Hurts and Patrick Mahomes to beat that tandem to start with. All right, now we are at Mojo Forever, and Mojo passed on his first round pick by trading back out of the 104, and now it is on him here. A couple of good wide receivers, Trey McBride, Justin Herbert there. Next running backs available would be either Omarion Hampton, the rookie, Devin Achane. So let's see which route Mojo decides to roll with here. Such value from Adam, yes. I agree. I mean, getting Mahomes is a steal in the second round, honestly. He's been going for years now, going in the first round of Dynasty startups. This is where his ADP is at around the early second. But yeah, I mean, it's not going to take much for Mahomes to move himself back up into that elite tier. You know, the Chiefs have such a high pass rate, and they didn't really, it's not like they went out and drafted a horse at running back. So they drafted a running back in the 7th round that was a receiver half the time he was in college. So, yeah. Don't think the Chiefs are going to stop slinging it. All right. Which route does Mojo decide to go here? Where I'm struggling with the next pick, pending how the board falls. Do I go and get another young, solid quarterback? It's my first Dynasty, so not sure on this one. Well, I'll tell you this, Mike. This is it's a Superflex league, so, and the traditional saying is quarterbacks are never cheaper than they are in the startup. So you don't get quarterbacks now. It's always tough to trade for them after the startup. I'll say that much. But you know, there are a lot of starting quarterbacks, so there's a couple of different strategies to go about it. You know, either you get your 2 quarterbacks early, and then you don't have to worry about them so much, or you try and play the game where you get one decent one or one elite one to start with, and then you try to piece it together at your quarterback 2 spot. I've been successful doing both. There isn't one tried and true hard set strategy. It's not like redraft leagues of the past where, you know, redraft leagues you just pound on the running back position and hope they don't get injured. That's really all it comes down to in redrafts. Or you just load up at wide receiver, scoop up a couple decent running backs, and then again hope they don't get injured. Because in redraft, you can just wait on quarterback, redraft single quarterback leagues. I mean, there's so many quarterbacks, you don't have to grab an elite quarterback. But there's way more strategy that goes into it in Dynasty 2 quarterback leagues or Superflex leagues because the quarterback position is valued so much more. And then in this format, we've got that 0.75 tight end premium. That bumps up the tight end value as well, making Bowers, like you see there, the selection at the 107. Amon-Ra St. Brown going to Mojo Forever there at the 205. Now we are on Nike for Sir. Well, let's see what he decides to do, building off of the strong tight end build. We'll see how this goes. I, for one, I have never tried an ultimate tight end build like this. Now, in redraft leagues, I've done it where, in the past 4 or 5 years, I've done it where I've drafted Kelsey in the first round, but usually I was taking Kelsey like when I had a pick at the turn or near the turn, like back end of the first, like 110, 111, 112, and then I'd have another stud player right away again. So I was never buying Kelsey with like one of the top 5 picks. Okay, I've never done that. I never went that far. So let's see what Nike for Sir decides to do. I'm interested. Is anybody trying to make any trades now? You got 5-minute clock. I think that if you want to make some deals, you'd have to be looking 2-3 picks ahead. But not that no deals can get done. We just wanted to see how many picks we could actually get through here. We're 25 minutes in, and we're about 17 picks in. So that's pretty good timing. Round and a half, we should get maybe close to the end of the second round here by about 30 minutes in, depending on how fast these other picks go. So yeah, I think we'll be getting through 10 rounds. All right, Caleb Williams going to Nike for Sir. Caleb, of course, with the Chicago Bears, has Roma Dunze. They added Luther Burden in the draft, Colston Loveland in the draft. So more importantly, though, I think for the Bears is what they did with the offensive line. Ben Johnson coming in, which is probably the number one biggest help for Caleb Williams, but then what they did this offseason for that offensive line. So Bowers' value can only go down, though, yes. That is the one trouble with picking a tight end so early. We all kind of saw that with Sam Laporta last year. He had the awesome rookie season. Laporta jumped up to tight end 1 in the dynasty rankings. He was going generally in the 3rd round last year of startups. Now his startup value slid a little bit from there, and so that's the tough part with now Bowers. Bowers was a better prospect than Laporta, so there's no shock that Bowers came into the league and just blew up. Laporta was quite a surprise that he performed so well his rookie season. But yeah, now we're on Havdi. Havdi, of course, grabbed Puka Nacua with the 203 there, so we'll see how he decides to follow it up. Havdi traded away his first rounder to Hergot. Kind of have a feeling that had he known Lamar Jackson would have been there, he might not have done that. But regardless, he gets Puka and now Brian Thomas. So going double wide receiver to start things off. Can't get much better than Puka and Brian Thomas. I mean, that is a solid tandem. Now we're on Slappadopoulos. Jimbo here going Justin Jefferson at the beginning of the draft at the 105. And now he follows that up with Bucky Irving. Bucky Irving in the 2nd round. That is a little higher than I have seen him go. He's gone generally in the third, fourth round, but hey, I'm a Bucks fan. I love Bucky, so it's hard for me to hate on it. But yeah, I think there was maybe one or two other running backs that probably should have gone ahead of Bucky there. Nonetheless, Slapadopoulos starting it off with wide receiver and running back to go. Now we're on Mojo. Mojo, as we said, traded out of the first round to start the draft. Now he started things off with Amon-Ra St. Brown. So a couple options here for Mojo. He could go quarterback. He could go with his second wide receiver. Trey McBride is out there. Or a second wide receiver. Running back, he'd be looking at the second running back taken, Marion Hampton or Devon Achane. Let's see what route Mojo decides to go here. Mojo always likes to take his time, let the clock wind down, make sure he's looked at every angle possible before making his selection. So again, top guys on the board are tight end Trey McBride, Nico Collins, Justin Herbert, Drake London, and Drake May. Now these are the sleeper ADPs. You may have your own ADPs and rankings, of course. As we see there with Bucky Irving, the last pick, Slapadopoulos definitely's got his own rankings. That's all good. All right. Here we go. Nico Collins to Mojo. So he goes with his second wide receiver. Third team to go with that build. We had Fossboss getting Neighbors and Seedy. Then we had Havdi getting Puka and Brian Thomas to start things off with. And now Mojo getting Nico Collins to team up with Amon-Ra St. Brown to start it off. All right. Now we are back at the 210, and the 210 is a selection that Matt English got from Tyler Schlegel. So Matt English here getting his second selection. He started off with Ashton Genty at the beginning of the draft. Bowers value, yes. So Matt English goes Drake London. All right. Drake London at the 210. The next wide receiver off the board. Pretty much the next wide receiver in ADP. So solid pick for Matt. Matt English letting me know that he's upset about Mojo taking Nico Collins. Yes. Well, Matt, there's always trade options. Always trade options. And now we're back to Mike at the top here. Last two picks of the second round. He started the draft off with Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels coming off the amazing rookie season, leading the Commanders to the NFC Championship. We'll see if he can get those Commanders any further this second season. Top guys on the board right now: Trey McBride, Justin Herbert, Drake May, Omarion Hampton, the rookie, and then Bo Nix. Those are according to sleeper ADPs, of course. If you slide down the board a little, see the next few picks. According to ADP, after Bo Nix, you have Ladd McConkey, CJ Stroud, Marvin Harrison, Achan, JSN, Travis Hunter, and then we get to some other receivers. So, obviously, early on, there is an abundance of talent here. It's just a matter of really, when you're early in drafts, you're not going to win your league from your picks early on, okay? Unless you are able to land an amazing stack like Brandon was with Chase and Burrow. Generally speaking, you don't win your leagues from the early rounds. Early round picks, especially in startups like this, there's a lot of these players. Josh Allen, a Jaden Daniels type, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Jalen Hurts, Jefferson, Chase, Bijan. These guys were all picked in the first rounds of startups last year, okay? Once you get up to that level, you kind of stay in that level. You don't fall off too much. CJ Stroud had been in the top 5 last year, so he fell off a little bit. Just trying to think who else. Amon-Ra was kind of at the turn. CeeDee Lamb was a little higher last year. Mahomes, he was in the first round. So, but even still, Mahomes with a down season, there you go. He still gets taken 16th overall. And there we go. Omarion Hampton to Mike. And now we're to Steve S. Now we have a third round reversal in this draft, so we are going to go all the way back to the other side. Foss Boss will pick next. See which route Steve decides to go here. On the board we have Trey McBride, Justin Herbert, Drake May, Bo Nix, and then Ladd McConkey, according to the sleeper ADP. We are at 6:37, so about 40 minutes in. About 20 minutes per round. That is a pretty solid pace, guys. Looking good. All right. So Steve could decide, could go a couple ways here. Go quarterback. So he started off quarterback quarter. He would be the second guy to start quarterback. If he goes a different route, He still has Josh Allen, plus whatever he decides to go here. Not a real good stack option for Josh Allen for a while yet. And he goes Bo Nix, so he goes quarterback to start. So we've got two squads going quarterback. Fantasy Godzilla getting Jalen Hurts and Patrick Mahomes, and then now Steve S lands Bo Nix in the second round to team up with the 101 in Josh Allen. All right, so we're back to Foss Boss over here in the third round reversal. Over at the 301, Foss Boss kicked things off with two wide receivers at the turn, Malik Neighbors and CeeDee Lamb. A popular way to start off a draft, two wide receivers. We saw three teams do that with their first 2-round picks. I don't hate that Bo Nix pick. No. Neither do I. Bo Nix looking good. They added RJ Harvey in the draft. Then they went Pat Bryant in the third round. And so we'll see if that helps out the Broncos offense. I mean, when you've got Sean Payton running things, I think that the offense is always going to be pretty steady. Bo Nix, of course, was like basically handpicked by Sean Payton to run his offense. There was a story out where he literally had Bo Nix in for a throwing session prior to the draft. He got out there on the field, threw 3 passes, and Payton said, "That's it. That's all I need to see. You're good. We're done here." So he was that dead set on taking him. All right, Justin Herbert going to Foss Boss. And then Matt English, quick trigger on CJ Stroud. His guy as a Texans fan, no doubt about it there. Mike was like, it was either Knicks or Hampton for me. After London went the prior pick, yeah. I'll get a quarterback at 311 or 402. Yeah, there'll be quarterbacks available there. All right, so now we are on. Oh, this pick got traded for. Let me see the board quicker. Yeah, it's Havdi. Okay. So Havdi so far is one of the 2 wide receiver build teams. He's got Puka and Brian Thomas to start with. Does he go 3 wide? Does he go Trey McBride, or does he go after a tight end, or a quarterback or running back? Running backs, top running backs, sleeper ADP. We've got A-Chain, Breece Hall, Jonathan Taylor. Quarterback, you're looking at Drake May, Jordan Love, Kyler Murray. Wide receiver, if he wants to go triple wide, he's got Ladd McConkey, Marvin Harrison, JSN, or Travis Hunter. And then, of course, Trey McBride sitting there at tight end. Okay. Next up will be Fantasy Godzilla, who kicked things off with Jalen Hurts and Patrick Mahomes. And Havdi jumps on Trey McBride, second tight end off the board. Fantasy Godzilla not wasting any time, jumping on Marvin Harrison there. So he goes 2 QBs and a solid wide receiver for dynasty purposes in Marvin Harrison. Marvin Harrison, somebody who has slid a little last year. He was going probably about a round earlier, even into the back end of the first sometimes. Usually at the turn is where Marvin Harrison went last season, so he's fallen a little. But honestly, like his stats were literally as good as his dad's stats in their rookie season. So I don't have a problem with what he did his rookie season. I am not down on Marv. JSN now going to Brandon. So Brandon following up his Jamar Chase, Joe Burrow stack with JSN here in the third round. Now we are on Nike for Sir, who of course started things off with Brock Bowers. Now where does he go after Caleb Williams in the second round? After that, we've got Havdi back up on the clock at the 307. And Nike for Sir jumps on Drake May at the 306. So he's got his two young QBs. Nice young squad there. Brock Bowers, Caleb Williams, and Drake May. Diving deep into the 2024 class there. Not a bad class to jump in head first on. Okay, now it's on Havdi, and he goes back to the wide receiver well, grabbing Travis Hunter, the Heisman Trophy winner from last year, of course, and now the new wide receiver / D-back for the Jacksonville Jaguars. I'm a big Hunter proponent. I took him at 102 in a number of rookie drafts right after Genty. I've got no problem with him playing a little defense as long as it's just not too much defense. But I think he's an absolute stud, and if he develops his route running, he's still, it's not like he was a terrible route runner. Just the fact that, like, the dude never even sat in on film sessions with the wide receivers at Colorado. Let that sink in. Like, if he actually put some effort into it, like studying film and all this, imagine where that ceiling is now for him. Okay, so we're back to Jimbo Slappadopoulos, and he started things off with Justin Jefferson and Bucky Irving. Where does he decide to go here now with his third selection? Steve was, I wanted Hampton. Mike back up here. His potential is too high to let go. Yeah. Running back value is going to start falling off fairly quick. Hunter is tough. No clue what he's going to play full time. Yeah, I just look at it like, if the Jaguars gave up that much draft capital to move up and get him, I don't see him playing anything less than, 80, 90% of the offensive snaps. So I know that he can play defense, and it's harder to play defense that way without being there on the field full time. But I think they're going to try and figure it out there in Jacksonville somehow, some way. And I think his ceiling is higher than Brian Thomas's, honestly. Just because of that offense, knowing how Liam Cohen runs that offense. I'm not saying Travis Hunter is Chris Godwin, but Brian Thomas is definitely similar to Mike Evans. And so if they're moving Travis Hunter all around the formations and everything, that's going to open things up to him becoming a PPR monster, right? Because that's how I look at it. Like, Travis Hunter could easily get more targets than Brian Thomas. Maybe not rookie season, but as things move on, definitely could be the case. All right. Just watching some of the NFL's greatest games here, showing the old 1990 Super Bowl, Giants-Bills. What a classic. Mark Ingram fights for that first down. Beautiful. The Giants just went up 17-12. Now the Bills need to come back. Oh, what a classic game. All right, Jimbo, where are we at here on the clock? Jimbo starting off wide receiver, running back. He is down to under a minute here. Mojo up next, and then Tyler. Teach legs. Mojo sitting on 2 wide receivers. We'll see which way he decides to go with his 3rd pick. Same here with Jimbo. Down to 30 seconds. Scott Norwood
come on, dude.
shanks it. The shank around the world. Brees Hall. Brees Hall to Jimbo. Slapadopoulos there. All right. Jimbo, if you are watching and you need to, yeah, there you go. You can click yourself off of auto pick. Now, Brees Hall definitely going in the range of his ADP. No problem with that pick. He's starting off with 2 running backs and a wide receiver, going that route of a build. And now we're on to Mojo. Mojo, of course, with the 2 wide receivers, Amon-Ra St. Brown and Nico Collins to start things. Well, Jimbo, why is it auto picking for you? You let it run down to 5 minutes. That's why. You only have 5 minutes to make your pick. When the clock runs up, then it's going to pick whoever's on top of your queue. You just have to hit the draft button. All right, so we're on Mojo now. Jimbo, you got any questions on that? Yeah, Steve, there you go. Letting them know. Okay, so we're on Mojo. 2.5 minutes left for Mojo to make his pick. Again, starting off 2 wide receivers, Amon-Ra and Nico Collins. Now, does he decide to go with a 3rd wide receiver, maybe running back or quarterback? Top quarterbacks would be Jordan Love, Kyler Murray. Lots of wide receivers in this range. Ladd, G-Dub, A.J. Brown, Tet McMillan. Running backs, we've got Achane, Jonathan Taylor, Kyron Williams. So lots of options, lots of different builds to try and start here. I mean, there's a couple ways to go about this here. For me personally, I'd have no problem going wide receiver again. This is a best ball format. But if you wanted to go with a running back, I can understand Achane as well at this spot. And then, any of the top quarterbacks, you can't really go wrong grabbing quarterback now either. Love or Kyler. You got Cam Ward, Baker, Purdy. So all depends. You're going to have another pick here soon in after 6 picks again at the 404. There it is, Lad McConkey. Mojo jumping on the third wide receiver. So he's got Amon-Ra, Nico, and Lad. Strong wide receiver room to start things off here for Mojo. All right, now we're on Tyler T. Schlegg starting to draft off with Saquon and Jahmyr Gibbs. Does he decide to go another running back? Achan staring him in the face. He's got G-Dub, A.J. Brown, Ted McMillan. Or he could go quarterback. I don't know about a tight end yet here, but top tight end, I believe, is Laporta. Yeah. Top tight ends would be Laporta, Tyler Warren, the rookie, and George Kittle. Here we go. So who does Tyler decide to go with? All right. Tyler again, 2 running backs to start with. Then coming up, you've got Mike, who's gone Jaden Daniels and Amarian Hampton, and then Steve at the turn, who's got 2 quarterbacks. Three minutes to go for Tyler. And now they're showing the Patriots-Falcons Super Bowl. Oh boy. That was a classic. Julian Edelman with the classic catch. Of course. James White with the MVP deserving performance in that one. James White definitely having a couple of monster years there for the Patriots. I think he was top 10 one year with all those catches. All right, Garrett Wilson off the board for Mike. So he decides to diversify things. Jaden Daniels, Amarian Hampton, and Garrett Wilson splitting it up. 1 QB, 1 running back, 1 wide receiver to start things off. Now it's on Steve. Jimbo, no, I didn't even have to. Well, we saw the clock running for 5 minutes, Jimbo. It didn't go to auto pick until after you didn't pick. It was running for 5 minutes, the clock. Both times. For both picks. Or at least that was for the first one for Jefferson. And then for Brees Hall for sure. You're not on auto pick now, though, Jimbo. So your next pick should be totally fine. The clock will run again. Steve down to 2.5 minutes. Yeah, if you're on your phone, just I would go back out of the draft and then go back into the draft room and just make sure that you're off of auto pick. If you're still on auto pick, it would say auto up on your by your name, which it isn't. So you shouldn't be on auto at all. You should be fine for your next pick. All right, so which way does Steve decide to go here? Running back, wide receiver? Can't see him going quarterback again. I think he's fine either which way. I mean, top two guys would be Achan and AJ Brown. I could see going Tetaroa, McMillan. If you wanted Sam Laporta, sure. Or, I mean, I don't know that he wants to grab a third quarterback here yet. Grabbing a third quarterback would be an interesting strategy. You would then have the capability of trading any of the two previous quarterbacks as well. Tons of value in Josh Allen. Good value in Bo Nix if you were to go with Jordan Love or Kyler Murray or something like that. So we'll see here what Steve decides to do. T. Schleg's going Baker Mayfield. Baker, a top 5 quarterback last year. So I can't hate on that one. I love Baker. And so T. Schleg's definitely going win now, right now. Steve grabbing A-Chain. Now it is on him again for his second pick at the turn here. So Steve starting off with Josh Allen, Bo Nix, and Devon Achane. All right. We are at the 401. And he goes Josh Jacobs, back-to-back running backs, hammering those backs. So Achane and Jacobs, and we are back to Mike here at the 402. Trout, does he decide to go? He's split it up evenly so far. Jaden Daniels, Omarion Hampton, G-Dub. And now it is to him at the 402. He could literally go any position. I wouldn't be shocked. Now, at QB, he is looking at Jordan Love, Kyler Murray, Cam Ward, Brock Purdy. Running back would be JT, Kyron Williams, or one of the rookies, or McCaffrey. Then he's got at wide receiver, A.J. Brown, McMillan, T. Higgins, Rasheed Rice. And at tight end, we got Laporta, the rookie, and then George Kittle, the other rookie. like we are at 3 minutes here. Hergot says he's still looking to trade future picks for startup picks. We'll see if he can pull off a deal like that. I know if I'm doing a trade in a startup draft, I always like to get an equal amount of picks in return within the startup draft. So, all right. We are looks like Mike and Tyler are in the midst of a discussion as we have a counter sent. That means a counter offer. All right. T-Schlags sitting on Saquon, Gibbs, and Baker. Mike went Jordan Love there at the 402. Now, it's on Tyler. We'll see if there is a deal here in the mix where Mike grabs that pick or what they got going on here. And Tyler goes ahead and takes George Kittle. Jimbo, who do you want to try? I don't know. You'd have to ask. It was between Mike and Tyler. All right. So we are on Mojo. Then Jimbo, you are up next at the 405. All right. We are hitting. Yes, we are just past 7 o'clock. We are looking good, running 20 minutes per round. Looks good so far. Okay, so who do you... Jimbo, Mike was working on a deal with Tyler. He's not trying to make a deal with you. He was saying that he sent a... Okay. So now Mike will send an offer to you, Jimbo. You have to look in your trades. All right. So it's on Mojo now. Oh, and it looks like we've got Matt English coming into the building here. There he is, Matty. What's going on?
Oh, not too much. Just doing a few drafts.
Oh man,
you know, the usual.
Can't hear him. What's going on here?
I'm not sure.
Hello. Okay.
I can hear you loud and clear.
Well, I unmuted you.
Well, that's good.
Great. Can't hear him. Well, that sucks.
Yeah.
Okay, Matt's going to try and come back in. All right. Well, we'll wait to see if we can get Matt back in here. All right. The chat we've got. Oh boy. All right, so we've got some deals working here. Meanwhile, Mojo is on the clock. All right.
Back again. Hopefully you can hear me.
Still can't hear you, Matt. I don't know what the deal is. You hang in here. Let me go. Let me go out. I'm going to back out and I'll come back in. You stay right where you are.
All right. I'll stay right here. Oh boy. Well, this is real fun. Gotta love technical difficulties, right?
Okay. Now I can hear you, Matt. Come on back in. Okay. There we go. Matt'll be back in here in a second. There we go. Okay, so we had back-to-back quarterbacks go. Brock Purdy to Mojo, and then Kyler Murray to Jimbo. Hopefully that was the right pick for you, Jimbo. Matt, there you are.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, there he is. All
All
right.
right.
Matt
There we go.
English, everybody. Matt English in the building. We're in the middle of a startup. Dynasty startups. What can be better than that, Matt?
Yeah. It's a different animal than just doing rookie drafts. That's for certain. So a little bit harder to move up and down the board, but you know,
Yeah, I know in this format that we're doing here with 5 minutes of pick, it's a little different, more difficult to, work your magic up and down the boards. How disappointed were you in Nico Collins going there at the 210? No, the
209.
209. Instead of you being able to land him there at the 210.
I hate Mojo. Hate him so much. God.
Mojo, you got that? Matt is out to get you. I don't know what player it's going to be, but he's going to snipe you at some point here.
Yeah, possibly.
Granted, you guys are about 7 picks, 6, 7 picks away from each other the rest of the way, but
We'll see. Maybe we get a deal worked out later on. We go for London and some. Who knows?
Yeah, I'm not gonna get. Probably not gonna trade for him. So
I
I'm
think
not
you've
gonna
got
get raked
Nico.
over the coals for one spot. So I got a feeling that's what's coming. So
I think you've got Nico in a few other leagues. You should be all right.
yeah, I've got him in.
Volume is low now.
Yeah, I've got minimal shares, but yeah, I do have a share. So,
Mhm.
but not with CJ Stroud. That was kind of the goal.
Okay. I'm just. Somebody said that my volume's low now. You can hear me just fine, right, Matt?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask. That was her God saying that my volume was low. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, man, this pick's really. Hobby's thinking this one through here, I guess. Yeah, yeah. I will say this: I was pleasantly surprised to see Genty fall to me right there at the 202. That
Yeah.
was kind of nice.
It was a nice spot. Land him.
There it is. Travion Henderson. All right. I'm gonna have to hang tight. I'm gonna try and work the trade real quick.
Oh yeah, go for it. I'm gonna back out of here. Try and get back. Work, man. Okay. All right. There we go. Oh. Okay. Wonder if that's too low or not. I don't know. Hear me? Okay. So. Uh, there. Okay. Well, I'm not sure where Matt went, but we're gonna keep rolling here. We had yeah, Matt's working out a deal. He's trying to get to. There we go. Yeah, it still seems like the volume. There, is that better? Yellow. Not sure what happened with the volume here. Well, trying to work it out here. Yeah, let me see. Or is the mic on now? Hear me now? No, no. See if I.
Nope. Definitely can't do that. All right.
There we go. Hello, hello. Okay, good. All right. Let me bring this over here, and then I'll tell Matt to get back in to the room here. I don't know what happened here with the mic. I have it set as I normally do. Change anything. Okay, check, check. I'm gonna back out and come back in. All right, here we go. Check, check. Yellow, yellow. How's that? Better? Okay, now. F1. All right, how's this? Better? There we go. Can you hear? Yellow, yellow.
Radio check. There we go. All right, we'll go with this. That is much better. Okay. Now you can probably hear me. How's that, everybody? Much better? I would think that I could see the volume going way higher on the recording screen, so hopefully that's better for everybody else to hear. Okay, good. Thanks, Hergot, for letting me know. I appreciate that. Let's get back to the draft here. Get you guys going. All right. Here we go. All right, so we had Purdy and Kyler go, then Travion Henderson to Havdi, then Sam Laporta to Nike for Sir, Jonathan Taylor to Brandon, AJ Brown falling all the way to the Godzilla at the 409, and now we are back to Hergot here at the 410. All right, so all right, let's try and get Matt English back in here. All right. Okay. All right, so as long as you guys can hear me out there, that's all that really matters. Okay. So we are at the 410. We're on Hergot. Okay. Steve, you can hear me now? Mike, you can hear me? Everybody good? All right. Anyway, what's Hergot looking at here? So Hergot he landed Lamar Jackson in the first, then grabbed Bijan with his second pick. Then did not have his second and third, so this is his third player right now. So he's looking at Lamar and Bijan, trying to follow that up. Okay. Matt English and then Foss Boss to follow. Okay. So Hergot, if we're looking at the board here, we've got Tetaroa McMillan, Kyron Williams, not Kyle Williams, Kyron Williams, T. Higgins, and Rashee Rice, as well as Cam Ward, the 101 from the NFL draft. Okay. All right, so I don't know which way Hergot's going to go here. I'm guessing wide receiver though. That's what I'm going to guess. But again, who knows? He's got an extra pick in the 6th round from the deal with Havdi, and they flip-flopped 9th rounders and flip-flopped 13th rounders. But yeah, the extra pick will come back in the 6th round for Hergot. All right. So let's see here which route he decides to go. Bring the board back up for people. There we go. Here we are. That's a better look at it for everybody. And he goes Quinshon Judkins, back-to-back running backs for Hergot, starting off with Lamar Jackson, then Bijan, now Quinshon Judkins. Matt English not wasting any time jumping on Teteroa McMillan there, the rookie wideout going to the Panthers. So Matt English starting off with Genty, Drake London, CJ Stroud, and Teteroa McMillan. Now we are to Fossboss. Fossboss, of course, starting off with back-to-back wide receivers in Neighbors and Lamb, then getting Herbert at the 301 in the third round reversal. And now we're here at the 4-5 turn for Fossboss. He goes Kyron Williams to start off the turn here. And who does he go at the 501? Okay. You guys hear me now? Everybody in the chat? Hopefully, I mean, as far as my board goes, yeah, it's showing that my volume's good. All right. Okay, now Fossboss, he could go any position right now. He's sitting at one quarterback. He's got two receivers and one running back. All good? Okay, so I'm guessing we can hear you. You can hear me. All right. Hopefully we get Matt English back in the house here. I know he's got to put his kids to bed. I know, but I know he's watching as well. He's got to get a pick in here soon too. So I'm guessing Fossboss is debating on a couple of guys. I'm not gonna, I'm not going to mention either of them until he's picked. Yes. All right. Fossboss gonna let it run down here, huh? Oh, he's still got a minute 52 left. All right. T. Higgins, he goes. Okay. That was not one of the players I was thinking, but it's not a bad pick at all. I just, I was thinking he was looking at a couple other dudes. But anyway, now we are back to Matt English here, and he's looking at all right, so we are looking, and Matt goes J.J. McCarthy. Doesn't surprise me there. So Matt's got C.J. Stroud and McCarthy going, along with Genty and Drake London, as well as C.J. Stroud and Ted McMillan. Solid start, solid youth start for Matt English. And we're back to Hergot here in the 5th round. Hergot starting his draft off with Lamar Jackson and then Bijan with his second first-round pick. No picks in the 2nd and 3rd. Followed it up with Quinshon Judkins. So he's got 2 running backs and a quarterback. What route does Hergot go here? Now. All right. So I am not gonna. At this point, it's hard for me to start talking about the future picks. So I'm gonna look at the next guy, and that's Adam, who's got 2 quarterbacks and 2 wide receivers. Following that, we've got for the Brandon. He's got the Chase Burrow stack along with JSN and Jonathan Taylor. So a solid start for Brandon. And then Havdi. Havdi's got, of course, the 2 wide receivers in Puka and Brian Thomas, then jumped on Travis Hunter for his 3rd wideout, and then grabbed Travion Henderson, the rookie running back. Okay. Whether Hergot goes Rashee Rice or a running back here is the main question. I don't think he's going Cam Ward. That'd be my guess. Can you have this? Oh, okay. Send him an offer. Yeah. Okay. While Hergot and Godzilla debate on their trade possibility, we will go down the board. We've got Jimbo here with Justin Jefferson, Bucky Irving, Breece Hall at running back. Then jumped on Kyler Murray at the 404. He is 5 picks away. Then we've got Mojo sitting on 3 wide receivers along with Brock Purdy at quarterback. Tyler jumping out early on Saquon Barkley, then follows it up with Jahmyr Gibbs at the 111 on the pick that he got from Matt English. Then he went to Baker Mayfield at quarterback and jumped on George Kittle at the 403. Mike Woe splitting it up to begin with. The top 3 picks, JD, Omarion Hampton, and G-Dub. Then Jordan Love getting his 2nd quarterback. Meanwhile, Steve S. starting it off 2 quarterbacks in Josh Allen and Bo Nix. Then 2 running backs in Achane and Josh Jacobs. So now we are waiting on Hergot, whether him and the Fantasy Godzilla can work out a deal or not here. The clock is winding down, just over a minute to go. Will there be a deal struck between the 2 legendary veterans? I think that they're seasoned enough that they can pull off a deal. I'm going to slide this board down so everybody can see. There we go. Okay. And whether or not they're able to work out a deal here in the last 30 seconds, we shall see. Now, keep in mind, the clock's not going to start back up for you if you do complete a trade. So, better tell Mike who you want to pick if you're going to make a deal. All right, clock's down. Hergot. Who are you going to take? Uh-oh.
Come on!
Rashee Rice it is. Okay. And that would be my guess who Adam was going after, because he has Patrick Mahomes. So that wouldn't be a shocker at all. All right, let's bring this back up here. And slide this there. There we go. All right, so we're on Fantasy Godzilla, and his top options would be Cam Ward, Christian McCaffrey, James Cook, Derrick Henry, or Roma Dunze. Yes, I know that was your guy, Adam. Well, you're going to have to work out a deal with Hergot later. Unfortunately. Got a feeling you guys are going to go back and forth all draft log, sniping each other. Okay. This pick is on the block. All right. Well, doesn't get his guy, and now he's trading out. All right, anybody. This pick is on the block. We've got the 504 that is on the block. Who is wanting it? That is the question now. Plenty of good talent sitting there. A couple of veteran running backs. Big timers. McCaffrey and Henry. Then you got James Cook. And the rookie quarterback Cam Ward. Roma Dunze solid. Rolled the dice for Rice, yeah. Well, honestly, I don't know if he ends up missing a game. The court case that is scheduled for July is literally just a civil court case. That doesn't necessarily lead to suspension by the NFL. I've been all over trying to trade for Rice in a lot of leagues. So, yeah, I don't hate the pick at all. I think he's an absolute steal here in the 5th round. Because this time next year, he'll be going ahead of A.J. Brown. He could be going ahead of, I mean, we're talking, if he plays a full season, we're talking he could be a top 7 wide receiver this time next year. All right, so the Godzilla jumped on Roma Dunze, so now he's got 2 stud quarterbacks, Marvin Harrison, A.J. Brown with the stack with Jalen Hurts, and then Roma Dunze. He may not have gotten Rashee Rice, but he's still looking pretty good in that wide receiver room. Then Brandon gets CMC falling to him at the 505. And we're back to Nike for Sir. Okay. What route does he decide to go? He went the double tight end route, going Bowers and Laporta. Going for the tight end horde. And he's got 2 quarterbacks in Caleb Williams and Drake May. Does he finally pull the trigger on a running back or wide receiver is the question. Okay. If he's looking running back or wide receiver, it really comes down to how young or old he wants to go. Because there's Derrick Henry sitting there, and then on the opposite side, you've got James Cook or Chase Brown, much younger options. Then you've got at receiver, Devonta Smith, Xavier Worthy, Terry McLaurin, Zay Flowers, DJ Moore. You're getting into a range here where the receivers are all somewhat in the same tier, I guess. I would say. Um, Not everybody would say that, but that's where I'm at on those guys. But yeah, running backs, it really depends how old you want to go. If you want to draft a Derrick Henry or not. Devonta Smith going to Nike for sure. So, yes, no problem there with that pick. Okay. Next up, we've got Havdi here. Havdi starting off 3 wide in Puka, BTJ, Travis Hunter, and then Travion Henderson. Now, which way does he decide to go? Is he going to go quarterback? Finally? Or wait longer? And for the brand, says the 509 is on the block. Okay. So that pick, of course, acquired from Mojo Forever in that deal that was able to land him Jamar Chase in the first round. Yes, so we're gonna get through 10 rounds tonight, I think, and then we will go to a slow draft. Now I said 4 hours. If these guys want to do just 2 hours, it's fine with me. But there we go. All right, there it is. Chase Brown and then Derrick Henry to Jimbo. So Havdi jumps on Chase Brown to team up with Travion Henderson, and Jimbo, slap-a-dab-ass Jimbo, jumping on Derrick Henry. So he's looking at Justin Jefferson, Bucky Irving, Breece Hall, Kyler Murray, and the one and only Derrick Henry. Okay, so now we are back to For the Brand. He has put the pick on the block. We'll see who makes offers for it. Will we have a deal struck here mid-draft with a 5-minute clock? It's possible. There's still a little bit of time to pull it off. I would not be shocked if it does get done. The only problem with it is that obviously there's not as much time to work out a back and forth, with these deals. So you got to come strong with a good, solid offer right away. Otherwise, it's probably not going to get done. All right. What could Foss Boss be offering? Saw in the chat that he put out an offer to Brandon. Can he get it worked out? Oh, it looks like it has been completed, and it is to Foss Boss. Foss Boss gives up a 26 first rounder to move up 1 round. Gets the 509, gives up his 612 and 26 first. Who is he looking to draft here? Gives up a first rounder. Let's see who that is worth for Foss Boss to grab, to give up a first rounder for here. So Brandon getting one of those firsts back that he had given up in his initial deal with Mojo. And so we've got a minute some left. James Cook is who Foss Boss grabs. James Cook. Okay. Well, there you have it. Foss Boss going strong, going after it here. Now, he will not have his 612. He'll still have his 701 pick, but of course, he gave up now his 21st, meaning he's kind of got to try and go and compete right away this year now. That's something I try my best to avoid, is giving up first rounders in a startup draft. I can't say that I've never done it. I definitely have. If things start looking like early on that, you know, for instance, something like Brandon did there, where he was able to get Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow, that was something like sort of a miracle. Honestly, that Joe Burrow fell to the 108. I was pretty surprised there. But it happened, and he made it happen. Now, in the past, I had been more willing to give up a first to move up into the first and grab 2 first-round quarterbacks, more so. But that was when a year or 2 years ago, when there were some decent quarterbacks still going in the back end of the first round. On Justin Herbert and Trevor Lawrence had been first-round startup picks in the past couple of years. Deshaun Watson was more of a second rounder. Obviously, we know his tales of woe. But yeah, so in those instances where I'm moving up to get a quarterback in particular, I don't mind giving up a future first rounder, because if you don't have the second solid starting quarterback, a lot of times then you're trying to use that first rounder to draft a quarterback, and I'd rather have a proven commodity at quarterback than grabbing a rookie, honestly. So anyway, Terry McLaurin going to Tyler. They're at the 5'10", just ahead of Mike Woe, who maybe wanted that for his stack with Jaden Daniels, but not going to happen there. Okay. And Mike grabs Tyler Warren, the rookie tight end, out of Penn State, going to the Indianapolis Colts. All right, now Steve is on the turn here at the 5'6". Let's see which route he decides to go. Steve going back-to-back QBs to start, and then back-to-back running backs at the 3-4 turn in Devon Achane and Josh Jacobs. All right. So, if he's looking to go with his first wide receiver, what wide receivers do we have available? This is the point in the draft where you get a lot of options at wide receiver. It's tough sometimes to decipher, honestly. Wide receiver, he is looking at Xavier Worthy, Zay Flowers, DJ Moore, Emeka Egbuka, and Chris Olave on top of the board. At running back, if you wanted to go that way, you got Kenneth Walker, RJ Harvey, and Caleb Johnson. Also Chuba Hubbard and Joe Mixon. And quarterbacks are Cam Ward, Trevor Lawrence, then Jared Goff and Michael Penix, as well as Dak Prescott. Okay. So which route does Steve decide to go? We shall see here. Okay. Steve puts both his picks on the block. All right. Let's see if he can pull off a deal here. And Steve, what is he looking for? Who is looking to make a deal? Will Fossboss jump up again? Hergot, I know, was looking to make a deal earlier. See if he is interested. This is typically the point in the draft where I tend to try and trade back and gain extra value, but sometimes I have moved up here in the 5th, 6th, 7th rounds to go and get my guy if I'm looking for a stack that I really want. And we talk about stacks and what their importance is. In lineup leagues, it's nice to have, but in a best ball format, it really gets amplified in best ball because you need when your wide receiver is down, right, has a down week, your quarterback not necessarily does as well. But if your quarterback has a down week, then the wide receiver generally is also going to have that down week. Now, when you're picking players that are drafted around this range, they're still good players, right? So whether or not you have the stack or not, they're still good guys, okay? They're still going to score good points. When I'm looking for stacks, I generally, especially in best ball, I'm generally looking for the stacks with the 3rd and 4th wide receivers of the team, because those are guys who don't score every time. Think like MVS, right? If you've got Sam Darnold. If MVS has literally 2 or 3 games this year that he gets into a lineup, you are more than happy, right? I mean, he's a dude that's going to be sitting on the bottom of a roster, probably cut every so often. He'll probably end up on 5 or 6 different teams here. But if you've got Sam Darnold and happen to have MVS in that particular week, you are going to strike gold for sure. All right, Cam Ward. Steve jumps on his 3rd quarterback, looking to hoard the quarterback market here, grabbing Cam Ward. And now we're to the 601 pick here. Maybe he'll go true quarterback hoard and grab Trevor Lawrence. Otherwise, he's got Xavier Worthy, Jared Goff, another quarterback, then Kenneth Walker, or Michael Penix, another quarterback. So what does Steve decide to do? Oh, yes, he goes full QB hoard here. Cam Ward and Trevor Lawrence back to back. So you want a quarterback, you got to go through Steve. That is his statement. Bam. All right. So we're back to Mike here. And Mike grabbed Tyler Warren before the turn. Let's see what route he decides to go next. He is sitting on, let me bring up his selections. There we go. Jaden Daniels and Jordan Love at quarterback. Omarion Hampton and Garrett Wilson. And then Tyler Warren. So he's got his 2 QBs and 1 player at each position so far. Really diversifying things up here. Okay. Now which way does he decide to go? Tyler Schleg's waiting in the wings here for his next selection. After that, Tyler, of course, the one who started this draft off at the 103 with the big surprise, grabbing Saquon Barkley at the 103. Then followed that up with Jahmyr Gibbs at the 111. And then jumped on Baker Mayfield in the 3rd. George Kittle in the 4th. And then grabbed his first wide receiver, Terry McLaurin, in the 5th. Okay. So we're back to Mike here. Mike has a split up roster so far, so he could really go any position. We'll see which route he decides to go here. All right. Timing wise, guys, we are looking pretty good. It's 8 o'clock. We are halfway through. We're perfect timing. I mean, 5 rounds in, 1 pick. We are right on time for 10 o'clock. If we're going to end it at 10, we should be right through 10 rounds. All right. So we are down to 2 minutes here for Mike's pick. I don't know which position he's going. I mean, if I'm sitting on the squad he's at, I am young. I've got 2 rookies now, a young Jaden Daniels, so I'm definitely not looking to go older. I'm looking hard at Kenneth Walker, one of the other rookie running backs, wide receiver. You're looking at pretty much any of these options. Probably not DJ Moore. And then he just grabbed Tyler Warren. I don't know if he wants to double down and grab Colson Loveland. I mean, not sure there. But yeah, relatively young squad so far. I don't know that he's looking to go older. He's down under a minute to decide here. Strigging it out. La-di-da. If you want a quarterback, Steve is your guy, sitting on Josh Allen, Bo Nix, Cam Ward, and Trevor Lawrence. Woo-wee. Okay. Let's bring it back down here. Under 10 seconds for Mike. Who does he got? He waits right till the last minute. And who did he have teed up here? Okay. Did you take it off of auto pick, Matt? What's going on? I can't see the settings anymore here. So there we go. All right, so RJ Harvey goes off the board. He grabs his second rookie running back for Mike. Tyler wastes no time jumping on Jared Goff, his second QB, to team up with Baker Mayfield, staying with the theme of building a win-now team. Definitely going that route. Saquon, Jahmyr Gibbs, Baker, and Goff at quarterback. Terry McLaurin and George Kittle. And now we are to Mojo. Mojo without a pick last round, but now coming this way, he's going to have pick here at the 604, then also pick at 705 and 709. So 3 out of the next, what would that be? 9, 18, 18 picks, 3 out of the next 18 picks for Mojo here. All right, Mojo starting off strong with 3 wide receivers in Amon-Ra, Nico, Lad McConkey, and then Brock Purdy to start with. So, if you look up top, you've got Xavier Worthy, Kenneth Walker, Penix, Zay Flowers, and Caleb Johnson. See if he wants to grab a running back or tight end. Otherwise, receiver-wise, there's tons of bodies. And at quarterback, there is a few options there as well. So, don't know what is all going to fall to him. There's too many picks in between. You got 8 picks, 12. So basically a whole round before he picks again. So whatever position he wants, better not be hoping that it's just going to fall to him at the 705. There. All right. Mike saying, I took Harvey with like a minute left on the clock. Interesting. I don't know why it didn't show. But at least you got the guy that you were trying to pick. Yeah, I don't even know. It's not showing you grabbing him in the chat. It's weird. Yeah, that's weird why it just skipped. Okay. All right, how about the chat in the chat room here? Okay. All right, so we are still waiting on Jimbo now that Mojo went ahead and grabbed Dak. Dak's probably who I would have leaned as well. I know Penix is ranked higher right now, but if I'm betting on points for this very season, I'm gonna lean Dak, I would say. So I can't blame him for grabbing him, even though the keep trade cut value would be in favor of Penix right now. But I could see Dak's value moving up with the addition of Pickens and CeeDee Lamb. He's going to be slinging it around the yard, no doubt. There. All right, let's see who Jimbo wants. Jimbo is sitting on bevy of running backs here, along with Jefferson and Kyler Murray. So Bucky, Brees Hall, and Derrick Henry. So he's looking to having Derrick Henry pretty much kind of pigeonholes you into trying to compete right now to win now. So let's see what he decides to do with the next pick here. Okay, so Jimbo. I don't know. You gotta. I mean, you need a second quarterback. You need another wide receiver. But if you wanted to really stack yourself up at running back, by all means, you'd definitely go one of these top couple of options there. And then, of course, the tight ends. So it's an interesting spot, as it always is. Round 6 through 10 are always the most volatile positions in drafting. And this is a range where players can hit and significantly increase their value. You know, guys like Lad McConkey last year, he was picked in probably, the seventh round of startups. He was going somewhere around there. Now he's jumped up to, like you see here, in the third round. Who else here? Let me look. Drake May. Drake May was down in this range last year. JSN definitely down in this range last year at this time. So you can see those were third round guys in this draft alone. Drake May, JSN, and Lad McConkey, who were definitely picked right in this range. Bucky Irving usually goes in like the third roundish, and he as well. He moved up, but Bucky Irving was being drafted more so in like the 15th round last year. So he obviously really moved up the boards. Just trying to see if there's anybody else here. Bo Nix definitely was down in this range, round 7 or 8.
Dude.
So Jimbo here. Jimbo grabbing Kenneth Walker. So going another running back. Now we're at Havdi. Nope, not Havdi. It's Hergott's pick. This was in the deal done earlier, I believe yesterday, maybe the day before, where Hergott received I am Havdi's first and second rounders, and got Hergott's second and third back in return. So now the end of this deal will look like Lamar Jackson and whoever Hergott takes here for Puka and Trey McBride. So Puka and Trey McBride is a pretty solid haul. I mean, Trey McBride's easily somebody that should have probably gone in the second round in this format, the .75 tight end premium. I mean, Bowers went in the first round, which I don't hate on. And then McBride, I think, should have been a second rounder. So Havdi definitely got his money's worth back there, getting McBride in the third round. But, with Lamar falling to the 106, I don't know how he's feeling about that so much anymore. But yeah, Puka and McBride are definitely solid, both solid picks. I mean, Puka can go for 2 firsts plus right now. Same with McBride in deals right now. So whereas whoever he's grabbed here is probably worth a first. Lamar Jackson, arguably 3 firsts plus. So let's just say 4 firsts. So 5 firsts, where you got Puka and McBride both 2.5. I say this deal is going to end up being kind of a wash. We'll see what Hergot decides to jump on here. All right. Hergot down to 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Okay. Hergot. Let's see Hergot's squad. There's Mojo's squad sitting on Brock Purdy and Dak Prescott, and then 3 stud wide receivers. Nice, solid start there. Then we've got Hergot's team. Let's bring his up. Actually, I know what I'll do here. Let's just bring the chat back up. Just gonna click on it like this. There we go. There's Hergot's picks. Now if we slide this up, you can see who he grabbed. In the first, Lamar Jackson, Bijan Robinson, Quinshot Judkins, and Rashee Rice. Now Hergot has 2 picks out of the next 5, so let's see how he plans this out here, who he thinks is going to go in the 3 picks in between. Definitely plays a little bit into who he's going to select here, for sure. All right. There we go. Let's bring it back up that way. There we go. All right. So, Hergot sitting on Lamar. Does he decide that he wants to go quarterback now, or wait, or just go ugly at quarterback? There's a couple of different options for him. And he goes Caleb Johnson. All right, the rookie out of Iowa going to the Pittsburgh Steelers. So you can see Hergot's squad now with 3 running backs, going running back heavy. Bijan, Quinshon, and Caleb Johnson. Then Lamar Jackson and Rashee Rice at receiver. Okay, now we are on. Oh, Nike's for sure did not wait long. Grabbed Xavier Worthy right away. Now we're on Brandon. And for the brand has jumped all over the Chase Burrow stack. Then he has JSN, Jonathan Taylor, and CMC. And then he's picking now, and he has another pick at the 6-12. He does not have his 7th or 9th rounders. Okay. He flipped 9th and 10ths with Mojo. So I have a pick in the 10th, but no pick in the 7th. So these next 2 picks here are big for Brandon. Okay. Now, I can't imagine Hergot was looking to grab Xavier Worthy. Xavier Worthy was sitting on the top of the sleeper board. If he really wanted him, I think he would have grabbed him there instead of Caleb Johnson. So we'll see if the guy Hergot wants is going to fall to him at the 6'10". We're waiting on Brandon right now, and then we've got Fantasy Godzilla sitting in the middle of them all. Now, Fantasy Godzilla sitting on Jalen Hurts and Patrick Mahomes, then 3 wide receivers, so he really probably not going quarterback, maybe will, but then with the 3 wide receivers, could look to add a 4th or finally go running back. We'll see. Brandon building more of a win now type team, especially now with McCaffrey being taken in the last round. So we'll see here coming up for Brandon who he's going to grab. Now, if I'm going more win now, I'm looking heavily at, let's see who's on top here. Probably DJ Moore or Zay Flowers, I would say, rather than the 2 rookies. He goes TJ Hawkinson grabbing the top tight end on the board, or second. I'm not sure if Loveland was ahead of him or not, but Hawkinson, definitely the veteran, probably will outscore Loveland this season. That would be my guess, at least. So yeah, going with the veteran Hawkinson at tight end. All right, now the Godzilla on the clock here. 2 quarterbacks and 3 wide receivers so far. Let's see which way the Godzilla decides to go. All right. Down under 4 minutes now for Adam. If I'm looking for Adam, let's see. Wide receiver, top 3 wide receivers are shown there. Top running backs, you're looking at Chuba, Mixon, Kamara, Montgomery. So definitely some point producers there. You're not getting any younger ones with Harvey and now Caleb Johnson both off the board. Those were the top 6 running backs in the rookie draft this season. Scadaboo or Bashul Tootin, I guess, would be the next rookie running backs. But otherwise, you're looking at some solid veteran point producers right now at running back being available. Wide receiver, you've got Flowers, DJ Moore, Abuka, Alave, Jordan Addison. Who else here? Then DK, Pickens, Tyreek, Jamo, Matthew Golden. So got a wide, just a big long tier here of wide receivers, all pretty much projected to score similar, but nonetheless, definitely innings eaters that you need to fill your lineups with. All right. Godzilla decides to go tight end and grabs Colston Loveland, the rookie tight end for the Bears. Next up now we have Hergot with his own 6'10" pick. Hergot squad. Let's bring it up for you here. Hergot. Of course, first round he got Lamar Jackson and Bijan Robinson. Now with two rookie running backs in Quinshawn and Caleb Johnson, and then Rashee Rice at wide receiver. So let's see which route Hergot decides to go. There's Fantasy Godzilla. Jalen Hurts was his first round pick. Patrick Mahomes, then 3 wide receivers, and followed it up with Colston Loveland. All right. Who does Hergot want to grab now? He's gone on a little bit of the younger side. I don't know that he's necessarily going to grab just a point producer. All right. So we are looking at him. I'm going to say I don't know that he'd go for a 4th running back here. Again, here is his squad. First round, he grabbed Lamar Jackson and Bijan Robinson, then Quinshawn and Caleb Johnson, and then Rashee Rice as well. So I'm thinking he's going wide receiver, but who knows? It is Hergot. He's got his thought process down. I don't doubt Hergot's going to come up with something solid. All right. Then we've got Matt English, who's just stepped into the building. There he is. And Fossboss at the turn. But actually, it's for the brand at the 612. Then Fossboss will follow him up at the 701. Okay. So, we'll see here. Now, we'll see who For the Brand gets. He gave up James Cook at the 509, went to Fossboss, but gained a 26 first in return for that pick. So that should be interesting to see what Fossboss will end up giving up here. The 612 plus a first for James Cook, who personally I'm not huge on, but that's a whole nother ball game there with James Cook. Hergot going Michael Penix Jr. Yes. I grabbed Penix in the startup we were doing. Well, right now we're in round 20. I've got Penix in that league. Ironically, with Lamar Jackson. So the same startup quarterbacks there. But I grabbed Penix. No, I grabbed him right in the same spot at the 610, actually. We have Joe Mixon going to Matt English there, staying with the hometown Texans. Not a bad pick. Definitely a point producer there. And now we're on Brandon. So who does Brandon get? He grabbed Hawkinson 4 picks earlier. Now who is left for him here? Was one of his guys sniped on him, or is he more than happy? He hasn't picked yet, so it's not like his guy was right there and he was ready to snap decision it. But we'll see. And then we've got Fossboss on the other side of the turn at the 701. Slide it down here. There we go. Now Brandon will be without his pick in the 7th round, so he will not select now until the 808. So that is 20 picks away. So a big selection here for Brandon and his squad. If we bring up his squad there, it is, you can see he's made a lot of trades so far. The first round he owned with Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow, then JSN, Jonathan Taylor, Christian McCaffrey, and TJ Hawkinson now. So which route does he decide to go? It is Jamison Williams with his 3rd wide receiver. There we go. All right, next up here is Foss Boss. There we go. Foss Boss's squad. We're sitting here on, started off with Neighbors and Lamb, then went Justin Herbert, Kyron Williams, T. Higgins, and James Cook. So 2 running backs, 3 wideouts, 1 quarterback for Foss Boss. What route does he want to go now? Okay. And then we'll be back to Matt English. Matt English trading out of the 1st round, grabbing Ashton Genty and then Drake London in the 2nd with his 2 second rounders. He's got Stroud and McCarthy at quarterback, Ted McMillan, and then Joe Mixon as well. So building a solid, even squad so far. He'll be up next on the clock. Foss Boss is who we're waiting on now as we enter the 7th round of our draft. It is 8:30, so we're moving along pretty solid here. We've got about another hour and a half to get through 4 rounds. If we keep this up 20 minutes around, we should be good for a 10 o'clock finish here. All right. Okay, Foss Boss, who are we looking at? He wants the points. I mean, between Flowers, DJ Moore, Olave, Addison, you could go with any of those guys and get some points. He does have Herbert, but not really an immediate stack option there. He's got Kyron Williams and James Cook in the backfield. Pull up the wide receivers here. You can see Flowers, DJ Moore, Abuka, Olave, and Addison. At running back, we're looking at Chuba Hubbard, Alvin Kamara, Demont, and Pacheco. Then the rookie Cam Scattaboo. He wants to go quarterback. Bryce Young, Justin Fields, Jackson Dart, Tua, and Darnold are the top 5 there on the board. And then at tight end, we're looking at Dalton Kincaid, Mark Andrews. And then it moves down to Kyle Pitts. All right, so up back here again with Zay Flowers sitting on top of the board. Is that what Foss Boss is eyeing up? Otherwise, one of the other wide receivers, maybe? I mean, this is flush with wide receivers on top of the board right now. And he goes Bryce Young with the top quarterback that was left on the board. Okay, so Justin Herbert and Bryce Young is who Foss Boss is pinning his hopes on. Now we go to Matt English. Matt English again, sitting with Genty, London, Stroud and McCarthy at quarterback, Teteroa McMillan, and he went Joe Mixon last round. Does that mean he's going to lean more towards the points? Or he's going to go younger? We shall see here. What route does Matt decide he wants to go in? Definitely some value according to the ADP there at wide receiver. I mean, we're at pick, let's see, 6 rounds would be 72, 73. So a couple of guys left below the ADP. Not too far off, though. And he goes DJ Moore, getting the points there. Okay. Now we're back to Hergot. Hergot, again, first round. Lamar Jackson and Bijan Robinson. Then Judkins and Caleb Johnson in the backfield. Rashee Rice, and then his Michael Penix selection last round. Okay. So what route does Hergot go here? He could really go any position. Does he go wide receiver? If the wide receiver is sitting there on the board, or does he go to the running back well again? Chuba Hubbard, Alvin Kamara, Monty, Pacheco. Wide receivers, we've got Zay, Ibuka, Olave, Addison, and DK up top. And at tight end, Kincaid, Andrews. Quarterbacks, Justin Fields, Jackson Dart, Tua, Darnold, and then A-Rich. Finding his way onto the list there. Okay. Hergot, which route is he going to go? Again, this is the area where normally I'd say I'd love to trade back, but, you know, if you want to get those innings eaters, wide receivers, this is where you just click them and move on. But definitely if you trade back from like the 5th or 6th round and scoop up a 7th and 8th, you can scoop up 2 picks in that range, a 7th and 9th. You can fill up a couple wide receiver spots. But it all depends on what you have to give up on the backside. If you're, giving up a 5th and 10th for a 6th and 7th, I don't know that that's necessarily, I don't hate it. But I'd want to get like an extra pick or something, like a future draft pick added in on there. But again, it's kind of tough trading here. You only got 5 minutes, so they've made their trades ahead of time, and now they're building this way. I guess honestly would not be shocked here to see him go wide receiver, having only Rashee Rice. He's got 3 running backs, 2 quarterbacks now. All depends which area. Hergot loves to wheel and deal, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him stack up a position either. Okay. Down to a minute 45 here for Hergot. Okay. Mike Woe throwing his next pick up on the block. We've got the Fantasy Godzilla waiting in the wings. And Hergot goes DK Metcalf. All right. I never gets old seeing DK go off the board. There we go. All right, DK, the number 1 option now in Pittsburgh. I don't know if it matters if it's Aaron Rodgers throwing him the ball or Will Howard or Mason Rudolph. but DK is the number one option and will get the most targets there in Pittsburgh. So cannot hate on that pick at all. All right, now it's to the Fantasy Godzilla, and then we'll have Mojo. Mojo with a pick at the 705 and coming up at the 709. So a big round here for Mojo. Fantasy Godzilla here, starting it off with the strong tandem of Jalen Hurts and Patrick Mahomes, then ripping off 3 straight wide receivers, Marvin Harrison, A.J. Brown, and Roma Dunze, then grabbing the rookie Colston Loveland last round at tight end. All right, and he goes Emeka Egbuka, going strong with the youth movement, grabbing Egbuka there at the 704. All right, now we're on to Mojo, I mean. Yes, Mojo. And Mojo's squad here. Mojo goes ahead and jumps on Justin Fields. Woohoo, the sneaky Justin Fields. Dude, this guy's projections, Justin Fields, they're projecting him out as though he's playing every game. Man, it is sick. With the half point for rushing first down, Justin Fields could have put up monster numbers as long as he keeps his job there with the Jets. All right, next up we're at the 706 here with Nike for Sir, and he has kept all his original picks so far. He doubled up at tight end in the first 4 rounds, doubled up at quarterback, and now has double tapped wide receiver Devonta Smith and Xavier Worthy. Let's see what route he decides to go here in the 7th. Could go any position, honestly. I would not be shocked, as he has shown that he's willing to try and stack up positions already with the 2 tight end selections in the first 4 rounds. But then going wide receiver last 2 rounds. So any position is on the board here for Nike for Sir. And kind of all over with the amount of wide receiver depth over the next round or 2. We'll see who decides to go with wide receiver and who bypasses it, just waiting and waiting. Okay. After Nike for Sir, grabs Zay Flowers. Zay Flowers finally going. He was ADP 66, going here at the what pick would that be? 78. Yeah, 78th pick, so almost a full round below ADP gets Zay Flowers. All right, now we're on Havdi. And Havdi had traded out of the first round, landing Puka Nacua in the 2nd. So strong at wide receiver so far. Puka and Brian Thomas along with Travis Hunter. Then McBride and Travion Henderson and Chase Brown. Now he didn't have a pick in the 6th. He does have Hergott's. No, he flipped with Hergott there. Okay. That's why he didn't have a pick in the 6th. Okay, because he got that extra 2nd and 3rd. Okay, so there it is. Havdi grabbing Sam Darnold at the 707, and we're up on Slapadaba Ass Jimbo. All right. Does Jimbo have the sleeper app figured out, hopefully, so he can make his selection? He's not sitting. There he is. All right, Jimbo. Matthew Golden, the Golden Boy, first round wide receiver for the Green Bay Packers. First time since Javon Walker way back in what, 2003? Jimbo wastes no time getting on Matthew Golden. All right, we're to the 709, and Mojo with his second pick here in the 7th round. Mojo grabbing Justin Fields earlier this round, sitting on 3 quarterbacks and 3 wide receivers. What route does he decide to go now? Here's Mojo's squad. I'll bring it up for you. There we go. No pick in the first, but Amon-Ra, Nico Collins, and Ladd McConkey to start things. And going 3 straight quarterbacks in Purdy, Prescott, and Justin Fields. All right. After that, we'll be back to Tyler. Tyler going win now. There's his squad. Jared Goff and Baker Mayfield at quarterback. Terry McLaurin and George Kittle. And then he's got Saquon and Jahmyr Gibbs in the backfield. All right. Mojo sitting here at the 709. Seasoned veteran in these dynasty startup drafts. No stranger to them. And we'll see. Does he want to jump at running back finally, or is he going to continue down the wide receiver road? Tight end, we're looking at Kincaid or Andrews. Quarterback, if he went for a 4th quarterback in a row, we're looking at Jackson Dart or Tua, maybe Anthony Richardson. And there's the running backs for him. Chuba, Kamara, Monty, some decent veteran options, and then plenty of options here at wide receiver. Pickens would be a stack option. Yes, there we are. Okay. Here's the full board for y'all to see out there. There we go. All right. I am not going to give away who I'd say I'd take in this situation. Not going to give it up because I bet Mojo is looking at it like, hey, maybe I can pick someone here. If I'm looking at it, maybe I can pick someone here and then another guy I like will slide back to me at 804. And with the flat tier of players that there is right now, which pretty much goes for the next 2 rounds, honestly. So like the next 25 players here are all sort of in a flat tier. And it's pretty much just grab who you like. Okay? There's no... You can go back and forth between any 2 players. You can take the next 2 players on the board. You could take the next 20 players on the board. And you could argue one way or the other for any of them. So it's really just a matter of going and getting your guy right now, in my opinion. Because, yeah, you know, he's going to get a player. Point is he's going to get a player in the same similar range at 804 anyway, right? Even almost at 909, which is, what, 4, 12, 16, and 9, 25 picks away. So really his next 3, next 3 picks are all going to be in the same range. And I think he has for the Brands 9th rounder as well. So he's going to have 4 picks in the next 25. There he goes, Chuba Hubbard grabbing a running back. Okay. So next up we've got Tyler here, T-Schlegs. There's his squad. And we're looking at Saquon, Gibbs, Baker, Goff at quarterback. Then we've got Kittle and McLaurin as well. So Let's see which route T-Schlegs gets to go this time. Again, sort of a win now team he's built so far, so if we bring up the board on him, don't know that he's going to go young. I'm guessing he's going win now, and you've got running back Kamara sitting there. At receiver, any of these dudes, Tyreek is sitting there. Tight end, he's already got Kittle, so he doesn't necessarily need to go one of these guys at tight end. But, with the 0.75 tight end premium, a lot of tight ends are flexible as well. Again, it's a best ball, so they're just going to slide into your lineup. My guess is he goes more of a win now player. So, I mean, if I'm guessing who he's going, it's either Kamara or Tyreek Hill. Then we've got Mike Woe coming up, and Steve S at the turn. Mike sitting on, here's his team. Whoa. Mike, whoa. Didn't want to go that low. All right. Mike, whoa. No deals yet. Jaden Daniels, Jordan Love at quarterback, RJ Harvey and Hampton at running back, and then Garrett Wilson and Tyler Warren. Steve S. sitting on the quarterback horde at Jalen Allen, Bo Nix, Cam Ward, and Trevor Lawrence, or T-Law for much easier sake. Achan and Josh Jacobs at running back. Okay. And T-Schlegs goes Davante Adams, sticking with the win now process. Okay. Now we're on Jaden Daniels, Jordan Love, RJ Harvey, Hampton, 2 rookie running backs. Solid young team so far for Mike Woe. Again, we'll bring up the board here. And there we go. Top of the board, a lot of wide receivers to look at. He's got his 2 quarterbacks, but could grab one there. Running backs. Kamara. And he goes Tucker Kraft at tight end. There we go to stack up with Jordan Love. All right. Steve S. on the clock now. Steve sitting on the quarterback horde of 4 quarterbacks and 2 running backs. Okay. What route does Steve decide to look at here? Okay. He is picking both of his picks here. Has that traded? Oof. Has not traded out yet. Then we'll be back to Mike. All right, Steve down to 3 minutes to go here at the 7:12. We're getting to the 8:01 then, so we'll have just 3 rounds to go. We are nearing the 9 o'clock hour. Okay. There we go. There's the board. Steve goes Chris Olave. First wide receiver for Steve. There's the squad. 4 quarterbacks, the big QB horde. Then Achane and Jacobs. Achane, sorry. And now Chris Olave at wide receiver. Okay. Who does he grab on the backside of the turn here? Next up, we've got Mike Wall coming up. He's got 2 tight ends, 2 running backs, 1 wideout, and 2 quarterbacks, building a completely even squad so far. And then Tyler coming up. Tyler, of course, the 2 running backs, 2 wideouts, 2 quarterbacks, and 1 tight end. All right. See who Steve S. decides to jump on here. Will he try and stack one of his quarterbacks up here? I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure if that really works. And he goes George Pickens at the 801. All right. Now to Mike. Mike Woe sitting here. And he goes Jalen Waddle. All right. Then we've got Tyler up on the clock. Tyler, here is his squad again. And he goes Alvin Kamara. Building a strong veteran win now squad. Okay. And now we're to Mojo. Mojo's squad sitting here. We've got 3 wide receivers, 3 quarterbacks, and a running back here. Could really go any position. Although I doubt he goes quarterback. Let's bring up the available list here. Okay. There we go. So we're looking at Addison, Tyreek, Mike Evans, Monty, Jerry, Judy, running backs, Monty, Pacheco, Scattaboo, B-Rob, DeAndre Swift. Oh, yeah. And he goes James Conner. So getting the points. Mojo jumping on Chuba and James Conner back to back there. Can't argue with the points that will get scored out of those 2 as the top dogs on their teams. Might not be the strongest teams in the Panthers and Cardinals, but we know that those 2 are the RB1s for each of them. Okay, now we're back to Jimbo here. Jimbo at 4 minutes left for his pick. Grabbed Matthew Golden with his last selection. Here's Jimbo's team. Jimbo, Justin Jefferson, then 4 running backs split up by the Kyler Murray selection, and then Matthew Golden. So, yeah, definitely a strong running back room there in Bucky, Breece Hall, Derrick Henry, and KW3. So, down to 3.5 minutes for Jimbo. All right. Okay. Okay, so Jimbo, I don't know that he goes another running back here. He could. Um, one quarterback with Kyler. I mean, two wide receivers so far. He could go tight end. Tight end, we're looking at Kincaid, Mark Andrews. Yeah. Quarterback, you're down to Dart, Tua, A-Rich. Then it gets ugly. Gino, Matthew Stafford. So, yeah, we'll see here with Jimbo. He's picking before Havdi here. Havdi up next. Okay. Havdi, then Nike for sure, then Brandon. Nope. Yep. Then Brandon. We don't have any picks here traded in the 8th, right? No. Everybody's still got their own selection here in the 8th. Okay. So yeah, we're sitting here hoping Jimbo gets his pick in. I know he's newer to Sleeper, but he had a little difficulty getting on there. I don't know. All right, 30 seconds for Jimbo here. Hopefully he had the queue set up because it's looking like he might auto pick again here. I know he's newer. Now I know that he had a queue set up because in the first round he grabbed Justin Jefferson when it went down to the last second. So hopefully he still has that. I mean, whatever. Addison would be a fine pick here for him.
Come on!
That's who goes. Yep. There it is. Okay. So. Okay, we're on Havdi now. Havdi, his squad looking solid here. Had to grab Darnold last round because he hadn't gotten a quarterback yet. So he went ahead and grabbed him. Now, receivers are still strong. Henderson and Chase Brown at running back. And then, of course, Trey McBride at tight end. So we'll see if he decides to go quarterback again. Quarterback, you got Dart, Tua, A-Rich up top. Running backs, you're looking at Monty and Pacheco. Wide receivers, still a good list of wide receivers as you go down. And then Kincaid and Andrews up top at tight end. Okay. So. All right. So Havdi down to 3 minutes to go here. Okay. I'm going to guess he goes quarterback here. Whether it's Dart or Tua, I'm not sure. But I don't know if Havdi wants to, you know, fuck around and wait till the next round on quarterbacks, but he might to try and go stronger. And he goes Dart. There it is. Okay. Now Nike for Sir is on the clock. Let's see his squad here. Nike has gone 3 straight wide receivers after going double tight end and double quarterback to begin with. Does he finally grab a running back, or does he continue to let the running back slide and go elsewhere? That is the question. Then Brandon will be up for the brand, building that win now team with Chase and Burrow, JSN, then JT, CMC, Hawk, and JMO. Let's see where he rolls. We got Brandon coming up, then Adam, and then Hergot. And Nike goes Luther Burden, continuing down that wide receiver path. So now he has Devonta Smith, Xavier Worthy, Zay Flowers, and Luther Burden. Now I believe he has Caleb Williams. Yes, he does. So that's a stack there for Nike for Sir. And we're up to Brandon again. Like I said, JT and McCaffrey in the backfield, Hawkinson at tight end, Chase, JSN, and JMO at wide receiver, and Joe Burrow at quarterback. Okay, so where does the brand go this time? I'm not sure. If we're looking at running backs, he's going Monty, probably, B-Rob maybe, Swift. Quarterback, he could use a second one. So we got Tua, A-Rich, Gino. Eesh. And wide receivers. Just sitting on 2. He's got 3 wide receivers, so got plenty of options there. Okay. Which route does he decide to go? Brandon's down to 3 minutes. 3 minutes. There it is, just watching NFL Live. Will the Bengals pay Trey Hendrickson? Trey Hendrickson. Ugh. Having a little problem with the enunciation tonight. It's a long shift. Give me a break here. 6 to 10 is not the normal broadcast time for the Birdman here. Okay. And he goes Pacheco. All right. Okay. So Isaiah Pacheco went. Now we are looking at the Fantasy Godzilla, and he is looking at Cam Scattaboo. There we go. First running back off the board for Adam. Cam the man. All right. Now we're back to Hergot. Hergot all over the board here. We've got Lamar, Bijan, Caleb and Quinshon. Then Rice and DK at receiver, and Michael Penix to go with Lamar at quarterback. Who is Hergot looking at snapping up here? He is going to have the pick at 907 next. His 903 he swapped with Havdi in that move in the first round to move up. So let's see here what Hergot jumps on. Hergot, I'm gonna guess, if I had to guess. If I had to guess, I'm gonna say he goes wide receiver, but never know here. Best value? I'm gonna guess best value actually is Tyreek. Maybe Judy? I don't know. Tyreek and Evans are older, so I don't know. I think Judy's probably valued higher. Oh, Mike wanting to trade. There we go. All right. And he goes Monty. All right, the Lions fan, Myth the Homer pick, and we're on Matt English. Matty English here. Let's see the old Gator fan squad. Okay, so he goes DJ Moore last round. Mixon, Carthy and Stroud, then Tet and London. So he's got London, Tet, and DJ Moore. At wide receiver, Genty and Mixon in the backfield. What route does Matt decide to go now? Okay, let's see here. Here is the board. 9th round, we got a lot of movement. 903 went to Havdi. 905 is Mojo's. 97 is Hergot's. And then in the 10th, Brandon has Mojo's pick. So Mojo has 2 picks in the 9th, but no pick in the 10th. So big 9th round for Mojo coming up. Slap-a-dab-a-da ass Jimbo. Still on auto. He needs to figure out how to use the site here. And he goes A-Rich with the first pick after Matt. He takes Jaden Higgins, his boy. Couldn't resist. Jaden Higgins at the 8-11. Fossboss jumps all over Anthony Richardson then at the 8-12. And now it's to the 9-01. He grabs Dalton Kincaid, his first tight end. And so Fossboss sitting here. Here's the squad. He's got Herbert, Young, and Richardson at quarterback. Neighbors, Lamb, and T. Higgins at receiver. Kyron and Cook at the backfield. And then Kincaid at tight end. All right, we're back to Matt English here. Matty grabbing his boy, Jaden Higgins, to stack up with C.J. Stroud. Now he's looking for some more. He's got Genty and Mixon in the backfield. Higgins, DJ Moore, Tet McMillan, and Drake London at wide receiver. So let's see where Matty decides to go. I am Havdi is sitting there on deck. Slathering up, licking his chops for the next pick. See where he decides to go. Ooh, I think I know who Matt wants. Will he take him or not? Come on, Matt. You know you want to take him. Right, Matt? 3 minutes to go. You know that's who you want. All right. So now as we get to the 9th round, it's getting towards the bottom of that long, lengthy tier that I was talking about. I'd say it ends somewhere around... beginning of the 10th. Let's see here. All right, and it goes, Matt, of course, takes Ricky Pearsall, knew it, and then Havdi jumps on DeAndre Swift. All right, now we're at Fantasy Godzilla, doesn't waste any time, jumps on Brian Robinson. And then it is now Mojo on the clock. All right, so it is on Mojo. Mojo is looking at grab 2 running backs the last 2 rounds. All right. Sitting on 3 wide receivers, 3 quarterbacks, 2 running backs. And, not sure which route Mojo's going to go. I'm guessing either running back or wide receiver. All right. 3 minutes to go for Mojo here. Let's take a look. Matt English grabbing Ricky Pearsall, now sitting on 5 wide. So he's got London, McMillan, DJ Moore, Traden Higgins, and Ricky Pearsall. Very solid wide receiver room. CJ Stroud and McCarthy at quarterback, and then Genty and Mixon. Then we had Havdi grabbing DeAndre Swift to add to his backfield. Swift, Chase Brown, and Travion Henderson. Puka, Brian Thomas, and Travis Hunter at receiver. Then Trey McBride at tight end. Just a little light at quarterback with Darnold and Jackson Dart. And we're sitting on Mojo. Mojo again, here's the squad. Next up, we have Nike for Sir, who's gone 4 straight wideouts. Can it be a 5th in a row? Okay. We'll see. Mojo again. Here is the squad. Does he go running back again? 2 running backs in a row here. Another wide receiver. Hasn't taken a receiver since the 3rd round. Went 3 quarterbacks in a row there. Brock Purdy, Dak Prescott, and Justin Fields. Okay. So if we look at the board, let's bring up the board here for y'all. There we go. Here's the sleeper ADPs. Tyreek, Mike Evans, Jerry Jeudy, Brandon Ayuk, and Andrews up top. The top 5 here. Whew. Lots of veterans. If we do rookies only, we're down to Trey Harris, Besh, Tootin, Milrow, Kyle Williams. So there's the rookies on the board for you. Yes, there is the squad. We're down to, oh, and he goes Tua, going with the QB horde. 4th quarterback off the board for Mojo. All right, now we're to Nike for Sir. Does he go for a 5th wide receiver in a row? Plenty of receivers available. Okay. Mojo grabbing Tua. So now he's sitting on Purdy, Dak, Fields, and Tua in the wide receiver room. All right. In the quarterback room. Sorry. Yes, I got wide receivers on my mind with Nike for sure picking. Okay. And he goes receiver again, Trey Harris. All right, there it is, Trey Harris. So we've got Devonta Smith, Xavier Worthy, Zay Flowers, Luther Burden, and Trey Harris back-to-back rookie wideouts for Nike Forcer. And we are to Hergot making his selection here. There is his squad. Bijan, Quinshon, Caleb, Johnson, then Demont, so 4 running backs, then Rashee Rice and DK at receiver, Lamar Jackson and Penix at quarterback. Here we go. Hergot, who does he want? Hergot again, this was part of that deal for the first rounder. 1st and 6 for a 2nd and 3rd swap with Havdi. Havdi also got the earlier pick in the 9th and an earlier pick in the 13th. So they swapped 9ths and 13ths as well. Hergot here. Could go any position, honestly. Again, lots of wide receivers available. Could he go another running back? Sure. But we'll see here. Next up, we've got Jimbo. Jimbo sitting on auto pick. He must have checked out. Okay. Well then. All right. Okay, so we had back-to-back veteran wide receivers go. Evans and then Tyreek Hill. Okay. And we're on Mojo. Sorry about that. I had to answer a question because we are getting, there's a few defensive points that I was trying to answer a question on Travis Hunter. We had made it so that he gets an IDP touchdown, forced fumble, forced recovery, interceptions, and sacks. That's it. Okay. All right. So still waiting on Mojo here. He probably was hoping Tyreek was going to fall there with him grabbing Tua a couple picks earlier, but now Cortland Sutton is the pick. So he goes back to a wide receiver there. And now we're on Tyler. All right, Tyler here, having gone old school, goes ahead and grabs Aaron Jones. All right, and we are on Mike. Mike's squad so far looking straight down. Jaden Daniels, Jordan Love, Hampton, and Harvey in the backfield. Waddle and Garrett Wilson at receiver. Tyler Warren and Tucker Kraft at tight end. Okay. And we've got Steve with the QB horde going strong. Then Achan and Gibbs, as well as Olave and Pickens at receiver. Okay. All right. So down to 3.5 minutes here on Mike. Plenty of time left. Then we'll just have the 10th round. Okay. And we should finish it up. Wow, this is almost going to be perfect timing. 9:34 here Central Time. 3 minutes to go for Mike. Then we have the turn for Steve. Mojo will be done. Mojo does not have his 10:04. That is Brandon's. And so he'll have 2 picks here in the 10th round, the 10:04 and 10:08 picks. So we've got Steve coming up with 2. Then Mike, will pick his second pick here of the turn, and we'll be back to Tyler. Isaiah likely goes for Mike at the 9:11. Then we've got Steve here for 2 picks now. Okay. All right, Steve. Again, going the quarterback horde. 2 wide receivers were the last pick. We'll see if he goes wide receiver again, maybe running back, maybe tight end. So we are at, and Jerry Judy goes at the 9:12. So now we're at the 10:01 here. And he goes Khalil Shakir back-to-back wide receivers. So 4 straight wide receivers. Not a bad wide receiver room for waiting. On wide receiver, Olave, Pickens, Judy, and Khalil Shakir. Okay, Mike is up. All right, so we're back to Mike here. Mike just grabbing Isaiah Likely. There's the squad. He's up to 3 tight ends now. Jaden Daniels, Jordan Love at quarterback, 2 rookie running backs, G-Dub and Waddle at wide receiver. Okay, next up is Tyler. Tyler sitting on the veteran school here. Not Gibbs. Gibbs is plenty young, but Saquon, Gibbs, Kamara and Jones at running back, then Baker and Goff at quarterback, Kittle at tight end, then McLaurin and Devonta Adams at receiver. Okay. So, who is Mike looking at here? Okay. After Tyler, we'll have Brandon up. Brandon will have a pick at the 10:04 and 10:08. Okay. And he goes Jalen Milroe. All right, Jalen Milroe going for Mike Woe at the 10:02. All right, Tyler is up on the clock here at the 10:03. Who's Tyler going to go with now? Okay. Okay, so now we are at Tyler. Tyler going win now here. Pretty obvious. Take a look again. There's the squad. All right, who does he want? to grab now. If we bring up the board, let's see here. Oh, go like that. Bring up the board. We've got Ayuk, Andrews, Pitts, Jaden Reed, and Josh Downs as the top guys on the board. QB, we're looking Geno, Stafford. Then it gets ugly. Running back. We got okay. Down to under a minute and a half for Tyler. Who is he looking at? Oh. Okay. I don't know if Tyler is in here. And he's down to 30 seconds here. Got Brandon next, and then Jimbo. Jimbo looks to be back in. I think he auto-picked the last one, but that was Tyreek Hill. Not a terrible pick anyway. Especially for his team. I mean, with Derrick Henry, you're kind of trying to win now anyway, right? So, I don't hate it. Looks like Tyler.
Oh, come on, dude!
Okay. And he did have guys queued up, so he got Debo. Okay. Okay, so no worries. He must have went to bed and he just had Debo queued up. Okay. So now we're on Brandon here. Brandon on the clock. And so then we'll get to Jimbo and Havdi, and then Nike for Sir as we look to wind this down. Should wind this down right around 10 o'clock. It should be perfect. Mark Andrews to Brandon. There we go. And now we're on Jimbo. All right. Jimbo is in the room there. Okay, so he should be able to make his pick now. Okay, there it is, Kyle Pitts. All right, now we're on Havdi. So Ryan, let's see who he wants to go ahead and jump on. Havdi's squad. Take a look here. A little bit, yeah. There we go. Okay. Loaded up at receiver to start with. Puka, BTJ, Hunter, then Trey McBride. Trey McBride first, actually. Then Travion and Chase Brown, and added DeAndre Swift last round. He's got Darnold and Dart at quarterback, and he goes Jaden Reed here. All right, then Nike for Sir, all the way down. Started off 2 quarterbacks and 2 tight ends. Now he grabs Kyle Williams, receiver for New England. All right. Next up, we've got Brandon with the second of his 2 picks here in the 10th round. And so we're looking at Josh Downs for Brandon. There it is. So he's got Chase, JSN, JMO, and Josh Downs now at wide receiver. Adam on the clock. Let's see if he's... Okay. Adam sitting on the Hurts Mahomes tandem at quarterback. And he's got Harrison, AJB, Rome, and Ibuka. And then Scattaboo and B-Rob at running back. Okay. So, who is he looking at now? Could be any of these dudes. And Brandon Ayuk, maybe he wants to go running back. He's got ETN, Tracy, Pollard, wide receivers. I would say Ayuk or Godwin. Tight end, if he wants, would be Njoku. Any of these 5 really. So let's see what Adam decides to jump on here. He's down to 3 minutes. We are winding this up perfectly. Almost going to end it right on the 10 o'clock mark. Under 3 minutes here for Adam. Let's see if he can get in here or if he just queued up his guys. Hergot is waiting in the wings. Hergot's squad will bring him up here. Of course, he started with Lamar and Bijan. Then he's got Quinshon, Caleb, and Monty in the backfield with Bijan. Rasheed Rice, DK, and Mike Evans now at wide receiver. Okay. Strong squad there for Hergot. There's Fantasy Godzilla hopping into the building. Just under 2 minutes to go. Plenty of time to make his selection. Okay. After that, we've got Matt English and Foss Boss to finish it off for the night. Okay. We are down to the nitty gritty here. After this 10th round, we are going to go to a slow draft for this draft, the Birdhouse number 3 Dynasty League. Rounds 11 through 30 will be a slow draft, 4 hours per pick. Just waiting on the Godzilla here. Who does he want? Brandon Ayuk is the pick. There we go. All right. So his 5th wide receiver he goes there. Okay. Hergot is ready to roll. Wouldn't be surprised if Ayuk was the pick he wanted. So may have to wait here a minute. Plenty of options, of course, at this point. But like I said, about a round ago or so, I would think there was sort of a tier break. But not really. I mean, you still got Ayuk and Downs here. They're not much different than the receivers that went last round. So, again, you could probably go to round 13, 12, 13, and get solid players, solid contributors for a best ball league. So if you're getting started with a best ball league, just think in terms of when you trade back, you always want to at least get as many picks in return in the startup that you're trading away. Okay, don't just get future rookie picks. That's one of the things that I look for, at least. And I want to still stick within, like, rounds 14, 15 is about where it cuts off, like where there's a lot of trash after that. We'll just put it that way. But it is best ball, and those players that you're picking in rounds 15 through 30, they're still going to hit your lineup. That's the beauty of best ball. All of your picks matter. And so that's the fun in it. That's why we go 30 rounds, because your bench players are going to hit your lineups. They're going to matter. Trust me. To go through all of my best ball squads, I am dwindling it down to the bottom, but at the same time, I'm also keeping in mind that my bottom 4 or 5 guys are going to be churned and burned all season long. So, yeah, it's a churning mill at the bottom of a best ball roster for sure. Okay, there it is, Tony Pollard for Hergot. And we are to Matt English here, Matty's team. Let's bring it up for you. He has solidified that wide receiver room over the last 3 rounds, adding Pearsall, Jaden Higgins, and DJ Moore to go along with Drake London and Tetaroa McMillan. Quarterback CJ Stroud and JJ McCarthy, and then Genty and Mixon sitting in the backfield. All right. So we've got Matt English, and then Fossboss will end it at the 10-12. Okay. Okay, so 2 more picks, and then we're going to go to the slow draft format. Now, we're going to have more shows coming up. Hopefully, Dustin from DD will be able to make it into the Birdhouse this week. Also, have our we got one more roster review to do, and we also will have a trade show coming up this week. So, tons of action coming up in the Birdhouse. There's the 10-11 Jack Besh going to Matt English, his boy. Oh yeah, he loves some Jack Besh. One of his favorites since the Senior Bowl was Jack Besh. Second round pick, wide receiver to the Las Vegas Raiders. And now Fossboss is up here, 4 minutes left. And then we will get things changed up to a slow draft. Okay. Just this last pick. right, Foss Boss down to a minute here. Maybe he thought the queue would work if he, yeah. I don't know. He didn't set it on auto. But looking like he's going to end up going auto here for the last pick. There it is. Travis Etienne. Okay. So now we got to change the clock. Okay. Oh, Foss Boss made his picks. Okay. So now it's 2 Matt English. They're at the 4-hour time clock, and we're going to end the stream here. It's been a pleasure having you in here in the Birdhouse, following us, joining us. If you've got any comments, throw them down in the chat. What were the worst picks? What were the best picks? Let us know. This has been a lot of fun having you in here. Appreciate you guys joining us. This is going to be a wild league, I can tell already. So, all right. Any questions? As always, check out our Patreon, patreon.com/Birdhouse Dynasty Show, as well as buymeacoffee.com/Birdhouse Dynasty Show. You can throw me any questions you've got there. But as always, appreciate your eyeballs. Be sure to hit the like and subscribe. We're going to get to 200 subscribers before the 2025 NFL season. That is what we're here to do. Yes, so hit that like and subscribe button. Hit the little bell. It'll give you all the notifications for when we have upcoming shows, and you can join in on those as well. But remember, never stop working.